Welcome in. What's up? How are we doing today? Do a new canvas. And we will do art. This. Doing pretty good. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Temperature went back down a little bit, so I'm wearing my jacket again. After having not worn it for a while. It was hot. All right. What was I gonna do? Oh, I need to find a reference. So, let's not have that here, just in case. I was gonna go on. Let's see. We think Pinterest? No, I don't have a Pinterest account. It's gonna. I'm just gonna find images. Just find images. Why did that show up with places? That's a pretty good shot. So I think today I'm just going to do no time. We're just going to do a couple of different studies of water in various forms and angles for the sake of trying to capture the translucence and the refraction of light. I think those are the two biggest things that people struggle with water. So let's do that one. There's another one. Save this. Maybe one. Damn it. We'll do this one. Sorry, I just thought there was a shark in the water. This one's okay. I don't necessarily like the super sterile environments of like a studio when it comes to water. I think this one's good. And let's do. This one's nice for just the sake of sculpting. The silhouettes, the shapes. Where was the other one that I liked? Shit. Oh, this one. Oh, it's pretty low res. That sucks. Nah. Ooh. That one's trippy. That one's gonna hurt my eyes, but we're gonna try it. We're gonna see what we can do. Okay. And then if there's anything that people are like curious on, if there's any specific parts of water that they struggle with, let me know. Because like having done effects for water, animation wise, I have a pretty good grasp on like secondary action, follow through, droplets, that type of stuff where there's like gravity to the spread of it. Like for instance, a straight just drip of water. I've done a lot of studies on that with like photography and stuff. So this to me is not nearly as complicated as the ripples. Drips, easy peasy. That's just a single sphere. It's got drag. It keeps the shape. It's like the best example of retaining mass through motion. Um, so water drops don't really bother me, but the ripples are confusing sometimes. I need to figure out like frequencies and stuff. I also kind of want to do ice. I did an ice study recently, and it was very enlightening. And let's do. They're all so sterile, but like. They do have good refractions. And let's do an ice wall for fun. Okay, I've got all my images. I've created my own little Pinterest board. Staying comfortable is important. Have something to listen to while I figure out what to do with the mermaid's prompt. I want to see water in its natural form. Natural environment. Yeah. I got you. I don't even have headphones on. Can't tell if this is going to work or not. The way that I have my audio set up is that it has to... The music only comes from the VOD, so I can't hear it if my stream isn't up, which is nice because then I don't have to worry about it playing through my speakers on accident. But it doesn't seem to be working. I'm just gonna listen to my own music. And you guys can tell me if whatever's on sucks, but it's lo-fi hip-hop girl, so I'm sure it is fine. It's natural elements. Earth, wind, fire, air. Cora's opening, I think. The Angs is water. No, air is last for water, earth, fire, air. I think that's Cora's would be earth, fire, water, air. No, earth, fire, air, water. Because they changed it so that it follows the cycle of the avatars. Okay. Do this one, just very briefly. I don't need to worry about shrinking this down. I'm gonna have to move it up anyway. Okay. Oh, I need to do that as well. There we go. Okay. You see that well enough. Let's just lock some shapes in and do. Well, I like one of them. I'm gonna do a different color background. Do a gray background just so I have a neutral state, and then I can do white and black and just kind of capture those. It's so interesting to me about how water works in that it like captures itself, so the more water you have, the darker it is, like right here. Although this is probably reflecting the table or whatever it was shot on. Will we do being studies about the other Avatar elements? If we want to. I wasn't doing an Avatar theme specifically, but if those are things that people struggle with, absolutely. I would like to. I would like to do. Eventually, I have plans for doing animation tutorials more in depth. That was actually one of the last things that I was gonna do before I had to get a 9 to 5. Was do animation tutorials with elemental effects, because I got a book that has a lot of elemental studies. So I wanted to get better at animating effects, because that's super important. They're so important, in fact. I'm not sure to the size. Scale. So important, in fact, that there's an entire branch of animation called effects animation that takes precedent when it comes to composition or compositing. A specialty, an art form in and of itself. That'd be kind of cool to know it. Not a general shape. Okay, let's start walking. Obviously air would be harder to find, but not impossible. I would like to see a process with fire and earth. So with wind, a lot of the times you're not necessarily animating the air, but more so the way that the air interacts with other things. So it's a lot of hair effects, leaves, things that would be carried away by the wind, sails, wings, stuff like that, feathers. So, usually. Now you can do like capturing wind bellowing or like swirls, stuff like that. But I like doing flags and hair. I think that flags are the best study for wind because there's like a pattern to it, and since it's tethered to a pole, it really showcases where the wind like resets on each flow through. So flags are like a really good jumping off point for effects, wind effects. Fire is also interesting because it has a similar. When I say there's a tether, there's a grounding point. In my studying fire, I've found that fire also has a tethering point, and that is like the origin of where the fire comes from. So the fire can never be wider than the source that it's coming from, essentially, unless there's like, ignition or gasoline. Put gasoline on a fire, obviously it's gonna explode into a bigger ball, but it's because it's hitting fumes that you can't see, so that's different. But if you just have an idle fire, if you have a torch, if you have a lighter, if you have campfire, whatever, the fire will never be bigger than the source. It won't be wider, because it can only burn off of things that exist. So it'll start really thin and it might billow out a little bit, but then it always comes narrow and it can only stay in that one spot, the origin. And so then it just becomes secondary action, essentially, of like if that origin is moving, then it's just following through. So if you animate a torch in a dungeon or something, it's just going to follow that stick, and then you just do little wisps and shapes that make sense as it flows. It's fun. I like fire. Fire is fun to animate. I always have a lighter on me in case I want to set something. I want to do a study real quick. Now I carry a lighter so that I can. If I'm at a bar and people need a light. I don't smoke, but like I like to help people out. I like to be that guy that's got the need. Then it's a conversation starter. You know? Oh. So. And then earth. I don't know what I would do, just sand, but then it kind of just gets into air, essentially. Those kind of blend. So. I know what works best. When it comes to studies in general, focus on what you see and putting it down on a page. So true. I think of other ways that I would do earth, like throwing a rock or something. That earth is more like retaining form. Out of any of those, it's the most rigid. Out of any of those elements, which is always fun to analyze when I'm watching Avatar. Is like how they portray those elements in tandem with the martial arts that they chose for each of those to represent the element, and then how they apply those. Such a good show. What I'm hearing is that I should do a watch party of Avatar. Get my popcorn. I don't think I would be allowed to stream that. I think that I would be shot by Disney or Nickelodeon executives. They would actually kill me. It's not going on top. Starting flare. Is marker designed to go behind? Maybe it's just defaulted to lighter stuff goes to the back. Interesting. Well, I guess that makes it easier for I would like to do watch-alongs. I think that would be fun if people would like to hear me moan about things that I have gripes with when it comes to animation. If we want to watch Death Note, we can get into that. I hate Death Note. Hopefully that's not a deal breaker for anybody who wants to watch my stuff, but it sucks. I've heard the manga's good. I'll give it to them. Benefit of the doubt for sure. but I didn't like the show. And for anybody who's like, oh, you didn't give it a chance, I watched the whole thing. I watched the whole thing, and I've watched it a couple of other times, like bits and pieces to reinforce. I've tried to restart watching it, and I'm like, I can't do it again. I wasted my life one time. I can't do it again. There's only so many chances you can get. Please know what? Please know that I don't like Death Note, or please know that we don't watch Death Note. I was one of those kids that loved Death Note way more than I had any right to, and it's really cool. It has a lot of compelling parts to it. Listen, you are entitled to your opinion. I simply disagree. I think they thought they had something going. I think they could have done Light Yagami better. I think the biggest thing that I hate about Light Yagami is that the instant he got godlike power, he became the worst person ever. And I hate that. There was no slow descent. It's the opposite of Breaking Bad, where there's a very slow descent into madness with Walter White. But Light Yagami was like, day one, I'm killing everybody I know that I hate. I'm killing every criminal. I understand that it's like an unjust psychopathy, but I don't think they reinforced enough to the audience that Light is the bad guy. Because too many people think that Light Yagami is genius. He's not. He gave it away day one. He was like, I'm just gonna kill everybody in Japan that I don't like. And then they were like, oh, he's located in Japan. We think he's isolated in this district of Tokyo. We've only been broadcasting to this tri-state area. And he just got, like, L had him pinned probably episode 3. And then they dragged that out for another however many episodes. Crazy. I hate the ending so much. Yeah, I wish they did it better. It had the potential. It had the capacity. My alternative, if anybody ever says that they love Death Note, my alternative to Death Note is Code Geass, where by nature of how the power was given to somebody, it enhances the idea that he is descending slowly into this power trip, this madness, this whatever you want to call it. And so it's not an immediate switch of, I'm going to kill everybody. It's a very slow, methodical process of, how do I get to where I want to be? How do I avenge these people? And they add some justification. It's not just random, I think these people need to die just because they don't abide by these laws that I objectively or subjectively find to be incriminating on a different level. These people need to be punished, whatever it is. He's very specifically like, I want revenge, and I know I can't just take it. I have to very methodically work my way up the ranks to then be able to do that. I can't do it by myself. I can't do it right now. There has to be plans in place. And then he recognizes that ultimately he comes back around and goes, you know what? I got what I wanted, and I don't want anybody else to ever have to go through what I did. So I'm going to end it for good. And he did. And he made that sacrifice. And that's really, I haven't seen that in many things. And I think they had some balls in doing that. Is my personal take. I agree that the ending of the anime of Death Note is horrible. My cousin and I fight about, we don't fight. We agree, and we yell at each other about how much we agree on how bad it is. Of him, they very specifically, in the anime, just stole the ending of Cowboy Bebop, just a far superior anime. And we're like, see, our guy is just as good as Spike Spiegel, and it's like, how dare you stand where he stood? because that's not the ending. The manga is like, I have seen the ending of the manga, and it's so much more justified. Like, it feels more like they pushed harder on the idea that Light sucked. They were like, this is the ending that he deserves, and you should enjoy that this is the ending. You should enjoy that he's suffering. Spoilers, I suppose, to anybody who hasn't seen it yet. I don't recommend it. I'll recommend manga unbeknowingly, but that's my take. The only problem I have with Code Geass is that it keeps going beyond the point I think it should have. I loved it. It was the ending he deserved. That's why it's so good. Yeah, that is justifiable. I wish that he hadn't beaten L. I think that L should have been... I mean, he was fighting against supernatural entities. There was no way of him knowing what it was that was allowing him to live. Well, he made some guesses. That he was using the pseudonym L was enough to know that he had suspicions. But he couldn't have known he was against Shinigami. There's no way to fight that as a human. But anyway, I think that I think L should have been the one to bring him in. I didn't like the introduction of those, because they very quickly shoehorned in like, oh well, L actually wasn't the final boss. There's these kids that he was actually really close with that are smarter than him, in fact, and it's like, have these kids that are randomly thrown in smarter than L. Like, why did we not turn to them sooner? Why? Where were they at? Type of thing. And anybody's welcome to fight me on that. If they think that Death Note is a good show or whatever. I'll go into depth if people have questions about that. I have my reasons. I think I'm going to switch to the actual marker, because I don't know that I like that it's going behind. Yeah, so now I can go over top. To understand that anime manga gets really weird and crazy, but you're right, they hyped L up, and at the end, L wasn't the guy, and that's kind of why I dislike the ending. Got it. Oh, is it different in the manga? Does he, like, get tricked? Is there, like, an actual reason for him to have been duped and killed? Because I don't remember in the anime. I feel like it was just the weird, like, I'll put a piece of paper in my watch and I'll erase my memory and I'll bury it or whatever, was so convoluted and also not as smart as I feel like they've made it out to be. Maybe I just didn't understand what the rules were, where I was just like, whoa. But that's another problem I have, I think, in any media, is like, I don't like hard world building where if you establish rules and then break them, that's when I get frustrated. I'm like, okay, hold on. You told me that this could only happen this way. That this other thing can never happen, or what have you. And if you don't establish how that resolves, then it is a stretch. And so I feel like the thing that I had a problem with in that gambit that he did, where he got rid of the Death Note, buried it, whatever, lost his memory, I don't think they ever established that he would get his memory back if he found it again. Because it was a matter of he would forget the Death Note, but then it made him forget everything else involved with it. But then when he touched it again, it gave him his memory back. I don't know. There was some shenanigans afoot that I didn't necessarily agree with. It was convoluted. I think that was the point. I believe it was following all the rules as stated. Okay. I stand corrected. I do like that you can see the ring lights here in the water. Casey, a very specific type of audience will absolutely love the insanities of what happened. I can now see the flaws that I didn't realize. Well, that's good. That gives me hope that an entire generation of people who love Light Yagami will come around and go, this guy sucked. This guy sucked so hard, and he was a bad person, and I shouldn't aspire to be him. He was so smart. He wasn't smart. He wasn't smart. He had such an edge. He just didn't. I have the same feelings about Eren Yeager as I do Light Yagami, where it's like they didn't make it explicit enough that he was a bad guy. They made him like a hero, and nobody pushed back on his crazy shit. In my view, apparently I'm wrong on that too, that there were moments where people pushed back, but in my head, their pushing back wasn't enough, I guess. There's the whole Arvin stepped forward and, fought him on it, but then Eren punched him in the face, and then he immediately backed down. He was like, oh, I guess since I've been punched, I give up. I actually don't think you're crazy. I think you punching me in the face has really opened my eyes to the fact that you're smart and good and doing cool things and sane, in fact. Maybe it's just that I've never been in that scenario. I've never questioned somebody who then punched me in the face and I went, oh, okay. Because I get it, it was a show of force, but it was a reserved show of force. He could very easily transform into a Titan and kill Arvin, whatever. I get it. It was metaphorical. It was a threat of kill you at any point. Shut up. Do as you're told. Type shit. But if Arvin had morals, he would either leave or get everybody to organize against Eren. I don't know. believe I ever thought Light was a good guy or he was the hero, because he's not, but I do remember people being pulled into, man, he's so clever thinking. And he is smart, but enough to outsmart L? Absolutely not, especially with all of the things that he had going for him. He had the benefit of being the only human to know that the supernatural existed. Like, he was the only person who knew for a fact that gods and demons were real and were living among us and were actually giving him his power. He was the only one who knew. And so that, not using that to his advantage fully, drove me nuts. I was like, okay. Why even just write everybody's name down. Just write every person in existence. Just kill the entire police force. And then even if L knows who you are, what is he going to do? The military's dead. The police are dead. What? Oh, man. What a loser. I will hate. If Light Yagami has no haters, I'm dead. What was that saying? I think that's the saying. I don't hate the soft edges that I've done. Gonna... This was purely observational drawing. There is an argument that Light is younger than L and had all those privileges, and by extension was able to outsmart him due to that. I guess that's double theory. One of the points of the story, I think, that no matter how smart you think you are, there's someone smarter, more clever. But L is still like that, and then he's not even the one that stops Light. I'm sure try to make it look like he did. Yeah, something about like they line them up to be the reason that the kids get chosen. Like they were somehow related, or they just interacted, and that was like his backup. I don't even know. Yeah, maybe the idea is that like L was too close to it, so this outside group of kids, they were just like, oh, so we know that if L dies, that it was Light, because that's the only reason anybody. The only person who knew that L was taking part in the investigation was Light. So if L dies, there's no reason for him to have died from this thing other than if somebody knew that he existed. So clearly it has to be. Anyway, are you? Am I even helping you learn with water? I feel like I'm just rambling about my anime issues. Has this been helpful, or am I distracting and not helpful? Do you have questions? I guess is a better answer, or better question. Maybe I have 6 more pictures to learn. How are we feeling? How's are there questions that you have about like how I went about capturing this, or what am I picking up on? Because there's a certain element of randomness when it comes to water that you can kind of get away with being ambiguous. Um, that so I think what I'm getting at is like you can get away with doing even less work than this when it comes to rendering. I think a couple of minutes ago I could have been done with this. If you go big, then you hone in, because like from a distance, this is like, yeah, it's water. Um, in context. Let me try and colorize it. That's the other thing. People know blue equals water, right? Why is it red? change the gradient colors. That. You know? Quick. You know, just add some depth, add some highlights, add some shadow. It's water. It's wet. What do you mean you don't want your streams to be full of angry anime conversations? No. It's not that I don't want to. It's just a matter of, like, since I've pitched this as a learning opportunity, I want to be able to be giving feedback on stuff and helping walk through. How would you go about coloring this? Would you? Your background is gray. Yeah. So, if I was gonna color, if I was trying to do a full one-to-one perfect rendering of this image, I would have started with these color droppers. I would have done the darkest point and color drop that, and then I would have done the lightest point, color drop that, and then worked from there. Done some midpoints, probably. Honestly, I would probably go more cell shading, just personally. I like to do cell shading, and just have like 3 or 4 different shades within that. Have a lighter midpoint, a darker midpoint, and then a highlight and a dark. Just follow and just brick out those major solid points, and then move from there. But yeah, that's all I was doing. Good with this one. I don't want to do any more clinical water. Let's study real water. Background. Let's do this one, because this one's gonna be I want to say it's gonna be closer to a landscape, similar how we were doing fabrics, where we kind of block in those shapes. You already did it, but yes, I wouldn't have colored it like that. Thank you. I wouldn't have colored like that normally. I don't like using effects if I can help it, just because I like to have control over each individual layer. You can do it with clipping masks and stuff, but it gets busy and jumbled. And usually those clipping masks are specifically for general ideas, like a gradient map or curves, whatever. But you can only be in control of that layer at a time, and so if you do everything on one layer, then you'd lose all of that control. And since I'm doing this as a more painterly exercise, I'm doing it all on one layer. I don't have much control. I can't like just fix the highlights or just the shadows. Anywho, this one's going to be a little more of a landscape in the way that we did the fabrics that one time. Let's do color droppers here. And I will do this in the way that I would for a painting. I was actually going to do this for real. Let's do the midpoint of this. Probably like hold on. What did I do? How did I do that? know where I got that blue from, but I got it. Let's do just the midpoint. Nice blue. Damn it, just got rid of it. Very lovely blue. I like that blue. We'll do a highlight and then a shadow. I do like to get the highlights separate just because not all highlights are blown out and fully white. Because sometimes there is a bit of a hue to the whiteness of whatever the scene is. I like to, just in case, grab an actual white. Okay. Back. So I would block in the mid, just because it has the most coverage. Get that out of the way. I'm kind of working it. I guess I'm not doing it like an oil painter. An oil painter would start from the dark and then bring in the highlights. But I have no such. The problem is that there's focus in this to be able to capture very well. So I'll probably just do my own kind of focus where I do less detail as I get further back into the painting. So anything above this horizon line is going to be out of focus, and then anything in front is going to be a little out of focus too. A very short depth of field. This one is a little more organized than the last one, where there's a rhythm to the waves. At the very least, you can see where there's going to be a highlight versus the shadow for the most part. myself. Very brief. Again, that's kind of blown out by that highlight being on top. Scale it back. Remind myself that this is all out of focus. Smaller on the brush. That is something that sometimes I'll do, is I'll go smaller on the brush to get finer details to then emphasize focus in certain areas. So that would actually help me with moving forward in this painting. If I do stuff that's bigger with the brush in the back and then smaller as I get closer. There's a bit of a pattern with where these highlights show up. Kind of tell that they're hitting on the crest of each of these. So it is, in a way, very similar to shading an oval or a sphere. I got my shapes mixed up. Shading a sphere in that with a harsh light, the boundary of shadow and light is very extreme. It's just a harsh edge. And so that's kind of showing through in these crests where the highlight is on the tips of each of these darkness shades, these harsh peaks. Sprinkle a couple more. And once you have that pattern, you can sprinkle more in if you need to shift focus or whatever. Okay. Then shadows. Dark spots kind of just the point where all of the water is coalescing. It's not necessarily that it's getting less light, but it's that there's depth to the water itself. There's more of it stacked on top of itself through the distance. So it's more of the wave has more depth than some of the other ones. There's less opacity through. And I think I want another midpoint. I think I want it to be more textured, I guess is the word. Midpoint of this. Make sure I'm in between.
Come on.
Just gonna use this as like a buffer. It's gonna be when the wave comes up, this is like the low point, but it's not super dark. It's just a difference shadow to give the illusion of a transitional color. And then leaving little gaps to solidify. Also trying to keep shapes that are wave-like in nature, where it's here, where I've got like it's a lot of triangles. It's a lot of reaching up towards the top. They're hitting each other and then they break. They're not hitting each other hard enough to break in the way like a wave would when it comes up and rolls, but that they're crashing into each other and kind of ambiently sitting in one spot. Throw some in to fill gaps. Probably do like 50-50 of this and the lightest blue. Well, but this lighter background. Start smudging stuff to kind of give it that in betweens. Maybe I'll just stay here. I give these waves all of their shadows. Two. Lighter and have some spots where there's this combating intersection. It needs more of a transition. I know I said I was going to do cell shading, but I think there needs to be more variation in color. Between this and this. Now, to find where that goes, I feel like it's might be too bright. Maybe if I use it sparingly. It really is just like a midpoint highlight. Now, duplicate this. See what it looks like if I start smearing. Smudging. I want to keep the shadows more or less untouched. Maybe I'll do corners to blend them. I want there to be hard edges on the shadows themselves. Midpoints. There's some moments in here that I really like that I'm not like I like this interaction. This looks very real to me, but there's some spots that are still too big. And I'd like to think that that's probably because of the hardness of the brush. So that's kind of why I'm softening. I like to think that it just looks a little more cartoony than it should. Hopefully. Those little streaks help too, because that's the shape the waves take. See them at that angle? Follow the path of the wave next to them, they kind of get that shape. Too many moments of just one pure color. I think that I want to leave that reserved for the shadows and the highlights. So I'm trying to make sure that I mix up these midpoint colors, these in with this throughout, because I think you can get a little muddled for certain stuff, and then you have to have like resting points for your eyes, or the whole thing will be a mess. So I think if I leave sharp points in the shade and the highlights, that your eyes will have resting. This is there. A respite. Maybe I went a little too thick on my brush strokes, and maybe I should have been a little more concise with the size. That would help a lot with translating some of this. Do I hate it? No. Do I love it? No. Terrible? No. Is it great? No. Hey, it's been a while. How are you doing? I'm doing alright. How are you? Welcome in. We're doing some water studies today. Can't even tell the difference. I'm amazing at realism. I am noting some differences. Certainly helped refine it. What I'm learning about myself is like I have the capacity to make everything look anything I want look realistic. Just a matter of time, a matter of patience. And that's not what I'm doing today. There are certain things that look nice here. I like this. Some of this. Yeah, overall I think this is an improvement. Certainly improved back there. Erase my smudge. Combine the two. Better, I like that. Okay. It looks good to me. Well, I'm glad you like it. There's just there's a science to it that I'm not picking up on fully. I would need somebody to break it down for me, and then I could probably apply lessons. But what I'm picking up on is that there's harsh edges with the shadows to the light when it comes to water. There's very harsh highlights that reflect the sun. Directional lighting is important, but I feel like because it's in sunlight, I think it's probably overcast, and there's not a lot of direction to this other than just top down. But you can tell that it's not just daylight because this would be blown out. So I think there's some cloud coverage, more than likely. It's just an overcast feel. I could be wrong. There's depth to the waves, so the higher the peak, the darker it is. It has the capacity to be. This one's probably the deepest depth-wise, so it's the darkest. And there's just transitional areas, and then like these wavy bits. Moving closer to the camera, those get more extreme size-wise. There's bigger waves. Well, bigger waves. Yeah. I think something else that threw me off is that there's depth of field. So with blur being a factor, it's hard to fully comprehend what's happening with those harsh shadows versus highlights. But overall, I'm not upset with it. It's just a matter of, like, if let me crop in a little bit actually. Like here. Some of this is fine. I think this background might be influencing my decision making on it as well. A little bit. Feelings towards it. Having this emptiness. Having not actually followed through on it. Do something real quick. That's the wrong color. Also finding that the water moves in, that actually turned out pretty well. Water moves in these like ripples toward camera, and so like if you do these Z patterns, you kind of just inherently get those shapes of waves. It's a triangular motion where they meet and crash. So, lessons learned. On. This one will be fun because this is like a landscape too, where it just honestly looks like a mountain range. This one's gonna trip me up. Those ripples. Get our. I want to do this in black and white. I might do this black and white. Let's do it in black and white. Let's see what I can do. Okay, let's do like just a general. So I have shape to keep. And as much as it's a mountain range, it's a very smooth mountain range. It's the ocean. But the thing that's delineating it from a mountain range is that it is so smooth. It probably used a long exposure on the camera to get that effect. Being so smooth. Do the shadows. Those look good. Thank you. You want to do ice? You want me to ignore this mountain range? I'll do this one quickly. Ice? Is that what you want? You want ice? Ice is just a myth. can kind of see there's like a battle that happens when it comes to this water where you have the shadows that happen, but you also have to take into account like depth of the water. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is truly just obscuring by the light because this shape is so on the edge that I feel like it would be lit if it didn't have anything to do with depth. Because I think it just does express how deep that is, but then there's shadow on this one, and that's a deeper way. I don't know. We're figuring it out. Also, this one's lower. really isn't that severe of a highlight, right? More just like that. The rest of this is just mid-tone. So let's do the layer. Layer gray. I'm smudging. A little too light. Say I saw the video you posted recently and I'm really excited to see what you come up with as an in-depth animation studio. Thank you. I am also very excited. I was trying to keep that under wraps, and I kept, whenever I was doing streams, I would try and save documents, and it would show my studio name, and I was like, oh, I hope they don't notice that. You wouldn't know it unless you knew that there wasn't a studio called Goodbit, so luckily that didn't do anything, give it away. I wanted it to be a surprise, but yeah, thank you. I'm excited. I need to find ways to get clients. That's probably my biggest concern, because I know that I have the capacity to animate whatever it is that somebody might need. I've done production stuff, I've done creative stuff, I've done my own personal projects, I do characters, I do objects, I do product, you know, I have the capacity. And my friend does 3D stuff, so we do genuinely have coverage for everything. We just need somebody who can do probably modeling or rigging. He's more of a animator than a sculptor, but he's been modeling recently, so at the very least he can do models. And if I need to, in a pinch, I can do Blender stuff very loosely, but for the most part, it's just a matter of getting clients. So, but until then, I'm gonna keep doing this stuff. I'm gonna keep doing. I want to do more lessons for animation. I need to do tutorials for like hands drawing stuff that I feel I have a pretty good grip on, no pun intended, but it is there for sure. You know, this type of stuff, effects, painting, things like that. I might start doing streams where I kind of essentially draft a video, and so you guys get like a sneak peek of what it is that I'm working on. Because I have scripts for stuff that I want to do, but I also like doing lessons and, you know, the fun events for the streams, the character wheel, the community events, the drawing board. Oh, indie, got it. You know, I want to stay engaged with people, but I also want to work on my own stuff for the animation portfolio, the studio portfolio. So I'm still working on stuff. The Sonic that I did recently, that's absolutely going in the portfolio. That's very specifically like, I want to be able to express that I can do any style that somebody wants. So if they want like, oh, I want a painterly animation, or I want a cell shaded animation, I want an anime style animation, I want a Cartoon Network style, I want Puppet Warp, that type of stuff. I can do it all. It's just a matter of helping people know what it is that they're looking for. 6 recently, and I too want to take my art career seriously. Watching you do it too makes me really inspired. That is amazing. That is exactly what I'm doing this for. I want to foster a group of people who feel confident enough to share their stuff with other people. Like, truly, in the face of all of the AI and all that nonsense that's happening, people doing like botted accounts to get whatever following and then do sponsored bullshit, whatever. In this uptick in what some people might see as debilitating for artists, I see it as inspiration, personally. I see it as something to fight against, something to fight for, something to prove, in that I am better than AI. I, as a human, the thing that it stole from, am better than this thing that can churn out only a simulacrum of what it is that it's trying to make. It doesn't have a spirit, it doesn't have soul, it doesn't have a story to tell. It's just doing the very base of what it is that you told it to do. And so I want to inspire people to know that it's okay. You're allowed to suck, right? That's the one thing that AI doesn't have, is that it doesn't know how to learn. It doesn't have the capacity to know what sucks and what doesn't. That's where people who are prompting it tell it what it is. And those people, if they aren't artists, don't have the knowledge necessary to fix it. They only know what they can refer to tell it to look like. But as they do that, it will then encroach even closer upon copyright infringement. You're just stealing from other people, right? So if you don't have the capacity to make something yourself, you can't invent anything, then you aren't an artist. So I want to encourage people to suck at something, to be bad and to try, because it is so much, it is infinitely more important that you try your hand at art, that you try. And I know it sucks to suck at something. It's so painful, it's so embarrassing, it's so demeaning to look at your piece and go, this is not what I tried to do. This is not what I had envisioned. But every single time that happens, you know exactly what you did wrong. If you know that it's not what you're looking for, then that means, one, you still have the vision that you're going to achieve. You will get there. And two, you know exactly what you messed up on to then move forward and get better at that. So that is the hope. I want people to know that it is okay to be bad at stuff. You are not going to get it right away. That is a thing that I struggled with so long. I was like, I have to get it. And you don't. I was so paralyzed with the fact that I couldn't get exactly what it was in my head onto paper, a tablet, right away. Like, the journey has been long and arduous. And for the longest time, I felt like I couldn't just go for it, and that it had to be perfect. And I got paralysis. And so now I've just come to the point where I'm like, fuck it, who cares? I'm just going to do whatever it is that I want to do. If it doesn't look good, I can come back 10 years later and have these new skills that I've improved upon and do it again, if I'm so inclined. But I have so many different ideas that I don't think I'll ever get back to something. So I think that might be the paralysis I have, is that I have so many things that I want to get done that I'm afraid that I'll never get back to them if I don't do them perfectly the first time. I digress. Anyway, I encourage everybody to be an artist. I think everybody is an artist if they have the intent. All those people who say, I drew pictures when I was 6, does that make me an artist? Yes, it makes you an artist. You are an artist. You are a human being, you have emotions, and you had a thought in your head that you put onto paper. You are an artist. That's all it takes. So all of those pseudo-intellectuals who are like, buh, I could make that in a gallery. You didn't, though. You didn't take the time. You didn't have the thought, and you didn't do it. That's why it's art. Somebody had the idea, they put it onto paper, and they put it on the wall. But you didn't. That's where the line is drawn. That's why you're different. If you had the idea, if you had been in that time period, if you had been in that person's shoes, maybe you would have been inspired to do that. But if you didn't take those first steps to become an artist, you wouldn't. And that's why you didn't. And that's why you're not there. That's why you're not on the wall, you're watching the thing on the wall and critiquing it with absolutely no backing to it. That pisses me off, where people are like, I could have done that. Yes, you could have. That's my response. Hopefully we both have a great year ahead in our art journey. I hope you have a great time. I hope I truly hope that whatever it is that you need, you can come talk to me. You can, I'm going to be here, right? Monday, Wednesday, Friday, for the most part. I'm going to have some days that I have to take off. But for the most part, if you need help, you know where to find me. If you're ever struggling, I'm the guy. And I hope you have a good journey. I hope you know exactly what it is that you want to tackle, and I hope you can achieve it. I hope that for all artists. I hope that whatever it is that they're going for, they get it. I think we live in a world that it is entirely possible to live and sustain yourself as an artist. I don't think you even... I think we should all be able to do what it is that we do. We are in such a productive time in history that we really don't need to be killing ourselves over this shit. Be able to enjoy the journey. Anyway. Let me get back. Ash. That was the right layer, I just didn't draw. My art inspiration is Shirahama Mome. Her art style is such great storytelling aspects. Great static images, so much movement, so much. Always every time I look at her art, it's here. It's not to be on the same level as her artistry, but make art a story like how she does with her art. That's great. There's a goal right there. And it's great that you have an artist that you just know immediately what it is, that you've deciphered what it is that you like about it. That not necessarily the style, but that she has that capacity to tell a story. That's really good. Because then there's no stress of like, oh, I hope I don't copy her. You're not copying. You've pinpointed what part of her art that you love to then incorporate with your art style. And that's kind of something that I struggle with. It's like, how do I create something that is different than all the people that I'm inspired by, while also paying homage? I don't want to trace. At this point, I don't want to trace. Not that tracing is frowned upon for sure, but as long as you're not posting it claiming it's yours, you should be good. Um, but at this point, I shouldn't be tracing. I know more or less what it is that I'm looking for. I need to get better at storytelling, maybe. I think storytelling is good. But I also have the capacity, since I'm doing animation, I have a different medium, and so I do have more freedom with that. I need to figure out how to capture that in my voice. Or okay. Okay. What was it? Colorize. Maybe a gradient map? Wait, there it is. Blue. Blue. Oh, you know what I want to do? I mask into a group. I can. I'm a genius. Okay. I'm trying to find one that gets close to what I'm looking for. That one's not bad. Ooh, more of a green. I'm gonna see if I can find a good body, and then I can just change. Oh, actually, that one. And I can just go over top some white. Yo, what's up? It's here, I would be happy. That's great. I love that you have a goal. What's up, water studies? Yeah. I also want to say thank you very much for having said what you did about, being happy and encouraging me with my studio, because that really does mean a lot. I love that I've put out there into the world a kind energy that people are receiving and reciprocating. I really appreciate everybody who supports me with this. It genuinely, it means the world, and I will, if I ever make it, I'm just gonna shout out every single person that's ever said anything nice to me about, me doing this. Maybe not by name, but I will mention, like, just everybody that participated in my art journey, everybody that has been inspired by me and has inspired me in that same realm. Truly, every single little interaction, I do remember. So here's the thing. There. Okay, I'm gonna have to put it Oops. W kindness wholesome. You will make it. Don't sweat it. I really appreciate it. This is looking great. Thank you. Still being awesome. Looks so good so far. Thank you. Okay. So what I think I want to do is and I'm gonna push straight edit it. There we go. So I'm gonna tick this down one. I'm gonna add one. So that there. Is it new? I just did that again. We're gonna make it. Oh shit. Let's see how much time I get that. Well, there's a way to put another one in there. Oh, wait. I swear there's a way to put another one in. Photoshop add gradient paint. Added typing. Ow. Just flashbanged myself. Completely white background. I don't want to receive your emails, please. Does not tell me. Does anybody know? Ooh, that's not what I want. Oh. Oh. Just click in a new spot. That would have been nice to know. Okay, and then this can be white. Okay. Also, I just got... Wait. Just gotta not draw my ideas, because every time I do, the next week my art could have matched the week's prompt. So you've been drawing 1 week behind, is that what you're saying? Okay, I think that fixed. So it's lighter. Matter of... Just go over it. Just single stripes, but... I would give them down. I want to get down. Move on to ice. Tired of looking at water. Frozen. I could do some more gradients between the darks and the lights, but 1 week ahead. Ah, I see. The OC I first drew 2 weeks ago would fit this week's prompt of water, and the OC I wanted to draw last minute ends up being great for this month's prompt. So at the very least you can do the monthly, right? With what you already have. You always draw it again. I'm not gonna stop you. I wouldn't know if you submit it. You know what I mean? Just don't tell me. And you're more than welcome to submit older pieces for the weekly and monthly prompts. Whatever you want to do, as long as you meet the prompt and it's something you want to share with people. That's kind of the idea. I mean, I guess the general idea is that you want to be making more stuff to encourage people to be, learning and making. But ultimately, if you can't make it a week, you know what I mean? Something that applies. I don't care. I won't know if unless you've already posted it in the Discord earlier. But yeah. Okay. I like some of the shapes that are going on. Thanks. Now, okay, let's do ice. This one is a good example of like really hard highlights, really hard shadows, and then just a middle. And so I think this is just a matter of detail between those three. Just following that pattern. This is just boulders. Let's do an actual ice cube. Ooh. Maybe I'm gonna do one of these ice cubes. Being warm. Are we learning anything? We're feeling educated. If not, I can change my goals. I can do something else. Some questions. Here's some highlights. This one's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna start with, I'll do the layout, and then I'm just gonna do one ice cube at a time, and I'm gonna determine if I'm like done. Like I might do that thing where you do a couple of different things in the same picture, but you fully render one. As a point of reference where you're just like, oh, this is what it could look like, and then kind of helps prove that you drew something instead of using AI. Right. How do I want to block it in? How do I? Get that to stand up like that. It's actually really helpful for the study. Ooh. Yeah, I'll screen grab it, why not? Or I'll steal the color. Dark. Light. Because none of it is as dark as just the background. Well, or as light as just white. A little bit of. They're hitting it with blue. They're making it blue. And we'll do a midpoint. And like a highlighted midpoint. That's dark. That's the midpoint. Yeah, we'll do a highlighted midpoint. These are so similar. I think this is going to be my midpoint, highlight, dark. Honestly, this is pretty, I won't say easy, but they have very explicit edges. And pretty explicit depth too. Like even with the overlap, it doesn't necessarily get darker, it's just a larger amount of that darker. There's no shading necessarily, it's so brightly lit that it is very specifically just a few colors. Well, shades. But yeah, let's block it in. Move this closer so I can my radar. Forgot to move this back. Whoops. Oh, no, that's actually not. That. There we go. It's like the tops of most of these ice cubes. This one is an enigma. for the most part, a lot of these edges are very similar. They're all kind of facing the same direction, save for the diagonal cube. I'm still just blocking stuff in, so it's gonna look a little messy for a while until I get fully where I want to be with these shapes. Fading. I don't think I want to smudge. I think I want to leave it. I'm going to try and not smudge. want to fully render this middle cube over the top, just for fun. However, before I do that, I'm going to run to the restroom. It'll be right back. Thank you for doing your shout out. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Do it. Enjoy the mermaid. We're doing mermaid right now. I'm not personally, but other people are participating. I have too much on my plate. If we bully him, he might make a mermaid. I might, actually. If I see one of the prompts, I didn't actually look at the prompt list, but maybe I'll see one that I really enjoy. Let me take a look real quick. I probably wouldn't do the... saying? Oh. No. Events. Aha. That's the one. I didn't like the official mermaid. I felt like Hello is a little on the nose, and they've got like Star Wars. I understand it's May 4th. I get it. But like, they're pretty generic prompts, if I'm being honest. I like Storm. I think that's fun. Fishing net could be interesting. Sword. Arowana. I don't know what that is. Arowana? Is that a type of fish? I'm imagining Caravana, the Pokemon. I don't know why. Conservation. Cool. Glass water. Yeah, those are more fun prompts, in my opinion. But I have not participated because I have a lot of shit. There's so much shit to do. Right there. Sorry, I got distracted by the Discord. I'll take off 10 hands. What if I do a mermaid? I mean, mermaids have hands, but... I'm gonna get back to this. I'm gonna do this ice cube. Okay. We're just gonna do one ice cube really well, because I want to break down all of the parts that I'm seeing, I'm comprehending. So the top, well, pretty easy. Just a reflection of the background, no issue with that. There's no reflection of what's on in front or anything. Simply a matter of getting the contour correct, which it does, dip a little bit. Get more. This may require gradient. I might smudge a little bit here. Ooh. That one was, this diagonal one is crazy because like it's not refracting as the other ones are. know I just said that I was going to do the one on the top, and now I'm doing this one, and I'm trying to just a little bit better. We're going. Can't stop me. Okay. A lot of highlights here. I'm getting the little lines, and I think, see those little lines right there? These little lines. I think those are refractions of the bubbles within the ice cube itself. I think there's little scuffs, there's imperfections that happen. I learned recently, I don't know why, but I was intrigued when I was watching YouTube and somebody was talking about how they're a bartender in a higher, what are those called? Not an upper class, just a high-end bar where they have those ice cubes that they put in whiskey. And apparently, there's a way to freeze ice that makes sure that there's less bubbles, so you get a more perfectly clear glass, or a glass look, but a clear ice cube for pomp and circumstance. You know what I mean? Like, not necessary, but it would be interesting to know how to do that, because I don't. I think it has something to do with the speed at which they cool. I think it's supposed to be like just under freezing, so then it's not rapidly freezing to a certain temperature. It's like just on the cusp of melting, and then it retains more of that water feel to it. And there's not like there's an effect, I can't remember what it's called, when you shift between states of matter. And it's not the same as evaporation, but there's an equivalent between transferring between solid and liquid, because evaporation is liquid to gas, right? I don't remember what it is, and it's not condensation, because that's specifically like atmospheric. Not crystallization. Anyway, there's some method that you can avoid getting bubbles in your ice cubes. I think it's that you keep the temperature relatively close to the exact freezing point. I could ask. I've never really looked into it, but I watch a channel called How to Drink, and he orders his ice from a place that does that. Interesting. Yeah, I know that there are big places that do like ice sculpting, and so they'll just like send bricks of ice to those fancy bars, and then they just have to, it's a matter of like chopping them down into cubes, and then they do like crazy carving and stuff in front of the customer to make it more of an appeal thing. But yeah, the people who sell those big bricks probably have some know-how. I could probably ask. I work with food photographers sometimes, and we have food stylists, and so they have all these tricks of the trade when it comes to cooking, and how obviously they make good tasting food, but they also make good looking food, and they know how to pick the best cuts of meat and like the best dishes for like cooking on. Really interesting. I really like food stylists, how they do their, like, it's an art form, you know what I mean? So I could probably ask some of the ones that I know if they know how to make the perfect ice cream. No bubbles. They probably know. You see what I mean when I say that it's just a matter of time when it comes to like making these fully rendered things, where it's like It's just a matter of just like chipping away at the. Make this a lot easier for myself if I just went smaller with the brush, but you know what? What I'm finding is that this is just a combination of different textures. You've got your smooth solids, you've got a bubble, you've got a little bit of a rough solid, and then there's like implications that it's wet, it's melting, the glistening on it. So you just kind of chip and get those to the exact. It's hard to just have like a. This is how you do ice. Like very specifically, you can see that there's so many different ways to approach it based on how many different ice cubes there are in this image. This one back here is kind of just a brick of white. A little bit on the top of like shading. This is the extent of what I need for this. Yep, we take the colored chisel beads. Eep. Anyway, very different ice cubes. Oops. Why don't I? No. Okay. Ice. That there's an implicit diagonality to it, if that makes sense, where it reminds me of those cups from the 90s, those paper cups that had those very specific angular cutouts. That always makes me think of ice, and I don't know why. But I feel like that's how ice is that there's just very angular, but symmetrically angular things. So I did hatching diagonally here and here, and I just think that helps sell the shape, and I don't know how else to explain it other than ice is diagonal. there's probably science to it in the way that crystals form when ice freezes. Well, water freezes to become ice. But yeah, that's what I think. It's out. Beautiful. Now it's really nice. Can't do this to me. Can't do this to me. Can't keep getting away with it. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what else I can do here. I don't know that there's much more to do. Let me just check and see what smudging looks like. I'm gonna save this where it is. Oh. Okay, let me smudge the top and see what that looks like. What? Really emphasize these highlights. Transition into not so bright. Or at the very least, not like colors. Still want to do Texture. Wait. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. Something like that. Yeah. Okay. I think that's ice. You know what I mean? I think I could fool a peasant in the mid 13th century that this is real ice cube if I presented it to him. You. I am. Oh, that's okay. I'm glad you got that reference. Because usually when I say can't keep getting away with this, I'm thinking of the Walter White, or well, not Walter White, with Jesse Pinkman when he's screaming about Walter. Oh. But was that a reference to Adventure Time when Marceline says, Finn's like, you can't just keep stealing our houses, and then Marceline says, yes, I can. Yeah, that's what I thought of. So that looks a lot better if it has a white background. We're back here, it looks awesome. Let's just do a quick background. Like, just right here. That, right? Pretty good. So yeah, the only advice I can give, advice, right? Um, is to be aware of those transitional points where there's harsh shadows and harsh light. That's pretty much the only thing I can glean from this specifically. These are very angular since they're cubes. You have a lot of geometry to work with. So you could, in theory, practice like scientific refraction and create this from imagination, right? But I'm not that smart, so I didn't do that, and I just worked from observation. And I feel like if you were to ever need to do a render of something in ice, I would say if you can make the shape of whatever it is that you're trying to get, and you can make it geometrically make sense, from there, you can make those shadows, you can make those highlights make sense, based on where your light source is. That is going to be a case-by-case basis, but at the very bare bones, you just break stuff down into geometry, you're gold. Like, truly, that is, I think, at least when I was starting out, before I ever started rendering things fully, before I ever started, like, actually paying attention to lighting and shading, I would just do line art and really hope to God that that carried me all the way through. And now I'm recognizing that line art is the foundation. Nothing has hard edges like that in real life, so if you do a real render with realism, you can use those edges, that's fine, but you do have to be able to dial them back to the actual colors that are in whatever it is that you're observing, whatever it is you're going for. So the line art is a guide, but you still have to do highlights and shadows, and when you have that line art really down pat, that lays out the anatomy, that lays out the angles, lays out the perspective, and then you can add shadows on top of it, is what I'm finding out. Once you have that geometry and that light on that geometry, then you can very easily find those shadows and those highlights. Something to keep in mind, though, when finding those shadows and highlights is that you have to keep in mind the texture that you're applying those lights to. Because ice is different than skin, is different than water, is different than, velvet is different than jean fabric, is different, denim, that's the word, is different than cotton, is different than polyester, right? So you do have to take into account those different things. But I'm very slowly waking up to the fact that you can do layouts, you can take it to just this, and have that essentially a landmark of this is where everything is roundabout, and then refine from there. Go, okay, here I've got my ice, and then even refine further and do like render after render after render. I was so particular when I first started drawing that I would never, like, my final draft was just like what it had to be, and I never considered that I could just go back over it. Like, I could just add more layers to something, and I could use the underlayer as the guide for a better, more prominent layer on top. I just thought that you do one layer and then you paint it and then it's good, and that's perfect. And I think that's what I struggled with, was like, do multiple passes. I just don't think I had the patience necessary to let it dry. I also didn't consider it, genuinely. I was just like, oh, well, if I couldn't get the line art right, then I guess the color's gonna suck too. And it's like, well, redo the line art. Take your time. Use what you have, erase it, but then refine from where you notice that things are off. Do it again. Same with the color. If you notice that something's bad, why is it bad? Do you have the wrong color? Do you have the wrong shading? Do you have the wrong light source? Why is it flat? And it's just a constant state of asking your questions. Why is this not what I want it to be? Why is this off? Why is it different? And then being honest and going, okay, it's this. This is bad. This looks bad. And then fixing it. But again, that just comes down to time and having that observational eye necessary to do that. So, what's up? We are doing water. This is ice, but still a form of water. And we're just doing rendering. I'm trying to give tips on what I do when it comes to renders, specifically for water. Since it's Mermay, I figured that water was going to come into play with some people's projects, so I thought that would help. Okay, so that's ice. Do we want to do a complicated, this ripple? Hold on, let me put this away. Do we want to do more ice? Or do we want to do... do we want to do more ice? I can either do this block of ice and just really focus in on it, or I can do this iceberg and do more of the landscaping of it. This has a lot of texture to it too. I honestly might do this one and just add a paper or like a rock texture underneath and turn down the opacity and do like a texture map. And then just do basic shading and coloring. Honestly. I feel bad when I use textures that exist because then it's like, I feel like that's a lot of the work is getting those shadings down. But then I look at people who are professional artists and they do that all the time. They'll like slap textures into manga. They'll use actual photos for backgrounds and then they'll just put a, what are those called? Halftone. Just put a halftone over top of like an actual photo of real life. And they're like, yeah, that's my background. That's my scene setting for the anime, for the manga. And then I get over it, and I'm like, okay, well, if the professionals do it, then I'm allowed to as well. So I can do textured glacier, I can do one very specific ice cube, or I can do these ripples. Those are my three options I have for you right now. Or I can go and start working on my friend's commission that I need to finish. You want to see the ripples? Okay, cool. Ripples. I'm going to show you my Yu-Gi-Oh! Progress. I'm happy with it. Real quick. Still need to do the shading on her. I have some of the shading. I need to do shading. But my goal is to make it look like this. This is my final render for the green. And then I need to add a background. But I'm really happy with this one. I think I got the texture of the coat down pretty well. And I might even add some more highlights to it. But I'm going to run it past him and see what he wants. Because I don't want to spend too much time on it based on the price. But I do also want to. So, ultimately. And then I haven't done anything other than color him in. But yeah, I'm really happy with the way green is turning out. I also need to figure out if I want to put green in the front. I guess it won't matter if I cut him off at the frame. I do want to add one thing from each that kind of overlaps with the frame, so I might have this arm stick out. I might have these hair wisps come out. I think I want these. That maybe not those. But I might have this one come out. Maybe the hair. Then does this guy's arm encroach? Ooh, realize I just put green inside of red. I could just have the knife stick out off the frame. I think that's fun. I'd switch red with blue and put blue over here and red over there. And then the knife would be encroaching on this one. Could be fun. I don't know. I'll ask him. I'll run it past him. Anyway, that's as far as I've gotten so far. Okay. Let's do the ripples. This one's going to throw me for a loop. It's going to blast my brain. I'm going to have to figure out... Oh, wow. Immediately a problem for my head. So ripples are weird because, well, this specifically is weird because this is like the bottom of a pool, and so you're getting the shadow of the ripples, and the ripples have depth to them, and so some of the ripples are refracting more light than others based on the size of the ripples. The ones in the middle are making bigger shadows, right? So they're refracting the light that's hitting them with that bigger surface area to the corners. So that's why each of these ripples is dark in the middle, and then they have very bright highlights around the edges. And I think that's all I'm gonna do all the way out, is just have a dark middle and then just a light outside, but then it's gonna be like a gradient where they get very slowly darker as they move away from each other, and they eventually just coalesce into one color. Probably what I'm gonna do. Anywho. Ripples and the commission. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of I'll block in a color. I'll do that. Let me pull my reference. So this will be my, I want to get the wrong color. That'll be my background. I'll just fill in. Then I need a highlight. I'll do that. Yellow, yellow. Okay, vector ring, vector base, and then I think I'm gonna do. Sorry, my brain is doing math right now. I'm trying to figure out, because I can see the ripples that are on top. I'm trying to figure out the best way to make those evident. And it honestly looks like the best way to do that is to just do smears, but with like the highest strength possible, and just make a circle. And just drag from the middle on both sides. Like do two semicircles. Because the color meets with the origin. Like it's refracting things and it's narrowing it all down. The way that water works is that it reflects everything that it can see. Well, that you can see with it in the reflection. And so it narrows down the entire scene that we're seeing in each ripple from the angle that you're looking at it from. And so I'm doing math. Sorry, my brain is on overdrive right now. You ever overclock your computer? That's what's happening in my head. So if I smear in one direction based around the camera angle, and I can pull all of the surrounding colors and make it look good if I do, because they're reflection shadows cast too. This is hurting my head, but I'm gonna get it. Okay. Shadow, highlight, mid-tone, question mark. Mid-tone. Okay. Is that just... No, okay. Alright, I just wanted to make sure those were different enough. Highlight, shadow, mid-tone, default. So, my other problem is I need to not scale it down so much. I'm going to start with the darker circles. Work my way in. Because I think, based on what I've just broken down for myself in my head, is that if I can get these dark circles, then it truly is a matter of just finding the exterior of each of those dark circles and then just adding a highlight on the edges, thinner, and then warping that from there. I feel like I need to be a mathematician to be able to relay exactly what it is that I'm seeing, because there is science behind ripples and the way that they work. It's genuinely just a wave, and I don't know how to determine wavelengths because I'm not that smart. I do know, however, that wavelengths are the same physically in water, in fluid, as they are in sound. So if you have water and you have a speaker under the water, you can like create patterns with certain wavelengths. Same with salt. You can actually do it with solids. If you have a small enough solid that'll organize. I don't know if you've ever seen people do it's symphonics. Is that the right term? There's a term for being able to visually represent a sound wave with something that you can see, because a sound wave is invisible, it travels through the air, right? But if you have water or you have textures that'll follow whatever the shape of the sound wave is, you can isolate those and make those visible. And so you can make really cool patterns to represent those sound waves. What I'm getting at is that mathematically I should be able to figure out these ripples, but I don't have a calculator. I have a calculator, I just don't know what to do with the calculator. Anyway, let's just start chipping away. Like, truly, I think the method to do this, for me personally, if I don't want to do purely observational and try and break all these down into, like, shapes, is to just do one and then the other. I'm going to do the shadows and then the ripples, because the ripples do rely on the shadows pre-existing. when I have more control. I can always put another layer on top, combine them, and then do whatever I need to experiment. See what happens. Really just this one. Not that small. Going to be See, I think the ripples are getting, in them getting whiter, they're not as, call it amplified. they're not as focused. And so there's a spread to them inherently as they move away from each other. To we get finding a midpoint color and just drawing back over it to get back out. What my play is. But you can see that there's a little bit. Midpoint all okay. Now, not sure how I want to do these ripples. Do do like let's do do I do 100% strength? Just go straight through the middle. Okay, I'm gonna need to merge these down into one layer to make that work. I'll leave those separate. A lot of circles. Yeah, it's just gonna be a lot of circles. It's not terrible. Hold on. I was onto something. Cooking. That's crazy. I can't do 100%. Find the right amount. Honestly, 70's not terrible. Because I want to retain the hardness of what I'm passing through. It's a very unique problem I'm encountering, where I don't want it to drag everything perfectly and make a hard edge, but I do want everything within the circle to be sample all layers. It's fine. This finger painting gonna do for me. Versus what? Oh, identical to me. Smaller, 90%. That's what happens. Wait. Okay, I'm figuring it out. It matters where the origin of the smear is. If I start on a highlight, it's going to drag that highlight through the whole thing. If I start on a midpoint, it's going to start there. And if I start on a shadow, it's going to drag that at 100%. Back to 80. Let's see what I can do. That doesn't take the whole thing. It feels like 80 is more realistic when it comes to how much it's taking with it. Honestly, that looks pretty solid. But I need it to not just be a swirl. I need it to be from the camera angle. So I think I want to do semicircles. I don't know the best way to make those sync up. You know what I mean? Like, how do I keep track of where they're ending and beginning? I did a piece that brought me to this exact problem. How did you solve it? Okay, I gotta think about, like, is there a way? Okay, you know what? Here's what I'll do. Another layer. Will be black. And I'll just draw the circles where I want them to be, and then I'll use that as a guideline so then I know how to follow that line. So there's a circle like here. Circles emanating out from there. They're encountering a circle here. Circles down here, but it's encountering and overpowering. I think this is a bigger ripple, so they're kind of clashing and stopping each other at certain points. But this one's still kind of getting through, it feels like. They're both getting through in a way. only about here. Yeah. Okay. And there's just oh. Each other. By nature of ripples. So I guess they would spread out, wouldn't they? Yeah, I think they need to be spreading out. Go with that. I will trace them. The smudges. Guidelines is a good idea. That's the best I could come up with. I just went back to the piece and it looks like I just blurred the edges, but it's still very circular. Okay, that's not a bad idea either. Because, I mean, at the very least, it would, like a vignette? At the very least, it shifts the focus to the center. And then you kind of do get a vibe of circle. You know what I mean? Like, if you emphasize circle with the shapes that you're using, then it's circle gets delivered. People understand circles. It's just shape language. Let me see what kind of filters there are, because I feel like there are. Now, I do still want to try and encompass this with just a brush, because that's really difficult to do. Ripple. What does that do for me? Right layer? Yes. Okay. Can I choose the midpoint as well? No. I choose the angle? I need to be able to shift the angle of it. And it's pissing me off that it won't. Because, like, this is not terrible if I could change the angle and the amount and the radius. Like, if I could pick where the center point of the ripple was and shift it over to here, that would be perfect. Is there another stage to it? No, it just looks like a blurry mess. That's not what I want. Liquify also does something. no. I don't think I want this. Also, I got rid of my menu. Oh, please don't crash my computer. Oh, no way. Oh, God. Am I still streaming? Photoshop crashed. Hopefully my whole computer didn't. Says it's still going. I don't have any interferences on Streamlabs. Now the question is, how recently did I save? I think I've been pretty good about saving, but where did it go? No, there's gotta be something more recent. Oh, let's open this. What? I saved it. No, thank you. No, thank you. Oh my god. I don't want generative models. I would rather jump. Dear God. If that's gone, I'm just gonna go back to my mission. Where was that? Doodles. Sketch. Practice. Why did it not? Okay, so it did get rid of all of my ripples, so that's cool, but I will scroll through. We'll start back from where I was. The computer is not the problem, it's Photoshop trying to push an update on me to try and fix my generative whatever bullshit that I don't even use. I should be able to opt out based on how much this shit costs. They also so desperately want to make you reliant on their cloud software so that you then can't get away from it. You know what I mean? Like, they want you to have all of your stuff in their cloud storage by default. So then by the time you decide that you want to take stuff local, then they're like, oh, but you can just extend your cloud storage and make it and keep it the way that you like it. So you can pick it up and go with you at whatever device you're using. And All right. this can be my guidelines for the ripples. Now, there seem to be much more frequent and overlapping ripples here. Quite a few. And I don't know if that's just a product of refraction. I don't know. I can't tell. Because in theory, the ripples should be spread out, but if these are... do ripples spread evenly, or do they get incrementally, like, is there an exponent involved? This is what I'm talking about when it comes to math. Like, there is some math required. Let me see what I can find. Hello. I love when I pull up my search bar and it comes up in the wrong window. Water ripple distance. What do I look up? Water ripple distance. I don't know. Capillary wave. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is an entire mathematical theorem for how to find the wave. Yeah, this is a mathematical proof. I reverted back to my high school mathematics desk in the back of the classroom playing Pokemon because I didn't actually understand what was happening. That is where I am currently. Wavelength of capillary waves on water is typically less than a few centimeters with a phase speed in excess of 0.2 to 0.3 meters per second. A longer wavelength on a fluid interface will result in gravity capillary waves, which are influenced by both the effects of surface tension and by gravity, as well as fluid inertia. Ordinary gravity waves have a still longer wavelength. Light breezes upon a surface can stir up such ripples, are also sometimes referred to as cat's paws. Ocean surface waves may result from a coalescence of smaller wind-caused ripples, dispersion relation, capillary waves. Okay. So the wave loses power as it moves outwardly. So it's not necessarily that they spread out, but that they get thinner because they're not. They lose that movement. They lose that inertia. The waves are bigger towards the middle. They don't retain that mass. Or maybe they're evenly spaced, they're just smaller. Let me look and see. Water ripple distance. Stay the same over distance? Alright, this is probably super boring, but I am really interested in figuring this out. interesting. I didn't learn anything. I think they do keep that. I think they do keep that distance actually. But distance is relative to the diameter, so is it like a? Oh God! Now I'm getting. Oh, getting existential. I'm just gonna go for it. Start curving stuff. Okay. Here are my ripples. What did I say? 80 strength. That's actually pretty simple. No, I don't want to do that because that'll interfere with my circles. These circles. Save it real quick just so that if that crashes again, it doesn't. Okay. 80 seems to be too much. Oh, actually, my ripple I think is too big. Okay. Shit, I forgot to do this ripple. That's pretty effective. I think my problem is that I need more of them, and I need more variation here in the color to then showcase that movement. But I think that's a really effective way to do it. I think if I added a couple more instances of ripples, that was super effective. So I won't do that. But I will add some to this so that okay, pretty good. Oops, see those. Now these seem to be coming from below, so what we'll do is we do want to I don't know if there's some mathematical way to figure out where you should start from, the origin point, to dictate those ripples. But I think it truly is just something to do with the camera angle and the size of the ripple. Because they overpower each other at certain instances. I think this one's less powerful, so it does kind of get pushed back by the other ones, and then they overlap here and make all those distortions. Crazy, but I think that is how I would do it if I spend more time on this. I'm hurting my head. But I think that's a successful exercise. Were I to ever do this again, I think I would do more color variation, more succinct color. So, like, every ripple is exactly dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, all the way down through, and then just do a couple that are more highlighted. So I would do them in very tight circles, and then a ripple through that would be very evident. Just really emphasize that refraction. But I think that's all I'm willing to do with this. That hurt my head. Ripples. All right. Let's do Yu-Gi-Oh! That's not Yu-Gi-Oh! Where did that go? You gotta be kidding me. Just like reset the cookies within my Photoshop or some shit. I don't know what the problem is. Where is that? I don't know. Ooh, hold on. Yeah. Now, I just saw that I had two different instances. I hate math, so I'll just copy your homework. That's fair. I remember so vividly. One, we would just share our answers in math class. There was one kid who would always do his math, and he would share it with somebody, and then everybody else would just like talk to that kid, because the guy who would share with the one guy was super nice just to him, though, and then that guy would share with everybody else because he was cool to everybody. I very vividly remember that. But the thing that just reminded me of was that I think about this pretty sporadically. I'd say at least once a month. There was two guys in my Photoshop class where we had a project where we were supposed to take a bathroom that had been destroyed partially and fix it. And so we had to use the tools necessary. We had to do like the stamp tool and the lasso select and duplicate and the what is it called? Content aware fill, all in combination to fix the bathroom to make it look as though it was not destroyed. Because there were elements of pretty much every part of the bathroom that were still intact, but everything was just like partially broken. But there were these two guys that had we were seated in order of last name, and so one of them did it and then gave it to the other guy, but they sat next to each other. And so we were doing, when our teacher was like reviewing them, we were all reviewing them all together, and she had it projected on the wall. And when she flipped between the two of them, because they were right next to each other, it didn't change because the image was identical. They just copied and gave it to the other guy. And so they were trying to like rationalize how they made it look exactly the same without having just given it to the other guy. It was very funny. But I think about that all the time. I don't remember if they got sent to the principal's office, but like, what do you do about that? Like, you can't bail them out of the school. Like, and obviously one of them did it, so, you know, less of a punishment to the guy who did the work, but it was very funny, and I remember that very vividly. I still remember both of those guys. We weren't like friends or anything, but it was just a funny thing that happened. Let's save this. Okay. Oh, that's right. I was gonna go in here and check to see which one was not real. See where. Okay, for some reason that's not real. Go ahead and that. I will put that there. Close this, and I will. There we go. Luckily, I have wire cutters on my desk. Pain in the ass. How are we feeling after that little tutorial? Did we learn something today? Is it helpful in any way, shape, or form? Talking to myself. Entertaining myself. Not talking to myself. I know that you're here, but you know. Oh, that's what I needed to do. I need to bring up her reference. Thing. Save my brush with the color option, and it's always black. Now, I do mostly work with black color. Well, not color. I've had that debate with people. I'm not getting into it, but save it the black default. It always throws me off. Oops. I did it again. My Harmony default settings bullshit. am bad at water. Hey, me too. That was quite the experience. Hello, fellow animator. I wish you the best. Have a wonderful day. Thank you very much. I wish you a wonderful day as well. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. Kill him. Oh, great. Yeah. Better. Oh, I have to do the whole braid. Oh, I have to do the whole braid. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna have these. Well, clipping mask would certainly help. Those be blocked by the back of the head. Okay. Light's coming from here. There. That'll overlap with that. And we'll call it like here. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'll leave it angular. Why not? Okay. Let's just do... Going into too much detail? Perhaps. Didn't color these ribbons. I guess they are blue, huh? Huh. Oh, I can do that. Now, reposition it. I'll go a little bit off canvas, just in case that ever happens. Honestly, if there's ever a form like an arm or a leg that goes off the screen, I usually still will finish it, at least the line work, so that if I do have to go back and move it and put it on screen, I can have that framework. Just kind of blend it in with whatever else. Else. Ooh, I didn't do the accents on the shoulder. Okay. What is... debating whether I want to detail and go for the metal look on this, where I have a couple of like lighter streaks for the highlights. Let's do one generic. I'm just gonna give it to my client and see what they think about it. If they want me to make it more accurate, I will. It doesn't look like it's floating. Here, I need a darker. That cyan is. It's that darker part of that sash. Oh, do the sash. Find where there's little gaps. Look, it's it's just math when you're doing shading and coloring, right? Oh, but this is in front of this. Oh. Neat. Let me do something on the shadow layer to make it more dramatic. I feel like some of these colors are not obvious. I need to add highlights. That might help as well. I also just realized that I didn't do anything on this. Maybe this a shadow. Didn't get this head piece thing correct either. Let's grab that. And let's go a little bit. Color layer. Then this little head piece. Actually, I'll just do pretty blue. It's hard to compete with. Maybe I just go white on that. It's such a saturated blue, it's hurting my eyes. Not usually one to say more yellow, but yellow. Not saying it's ugly or anything. It's just not my cup of tea. It is, in fact, the color that we have the least spectrum on. So that's why it looks so similar all the time. Like, the amount of yellow that we have, it's hard to differentiate yellows from each other because those are the cones that we don't get enough bandwidth on. Whereas the not coconut shrimp, what are those called? Not clown shrimp. What are those, the ones that punch? Are they clown shrimp? Why am I blanking on those shrimp? I love them. I want to say clown shrimp. The ones that punch the shit out of crabs and kill them with one punch? Crazy. But they can see, like, we see 8, I think, 8 color wavelengths. They can see like 216 color wavelengths or something nuts. These things are crazy. Anyhow, I think I'm done with her. They are shrimp. Let's put her next to green and see if they compare. Now, obviously, this one's got some effects on it. She's not shading. I should do some shading and highlights on the brooch glasses. It's green that's the wavelength that we get more of, or we get less of. I think that's good. The other thing is, I think they'll pop better if I add background with the white just changes like a purple. That immediately helps them pop more and does add dramatic differences in light and dark on the shot. Like a crazy background, like a hatch, black and white, like got like cross hatching back there. Right. I'm gonna look them up. I'm gonna say it's clown shrimp. Mantis shrimp. That's what it is. Harlequin mantis shrimp. Painted mantis shrimp. Clown mantis shrimp. Rainbow mantis shrimp. Peacock. Dendile. Dactyl. Octontodile. Dactyl. Odontodactyl. Peacock odontodactyl. That's what these are. Odontodactylus scalaris, sorry. Thumb splitter. That's crazy. Mantis shrimp. That's crazy. Dactyl. Ecology. many? Their eyes possess 12 types of photoreceptors. We have 3. Dogs have 2. These things have 12. The largest number of any animal. They can distinguish color and linear and circular polarized light. Their eyes are made of ventral and dorsal regions that are separated by a midband. The midband contains 6 rows of Amantidida. Row 1 through 4 involve color processing. 5 through 6 involve circular and linear polarized light. Holy shit. I want to know what that looks like. Like, how could we even possibly simulate what that would look like? That's probably why they punch everything. They're probably mad that they can't see anything. They have too much. They were gifted with too much sight. Mantis shrimp. Clown shrimp is a nickname. I guess technically mantis shrimp is too. It's, what did I say? Something off the dactyl. Okay, let's get this guy. Oh my god. So zoomed out. Okay. I'm gonna have to replicate some of this, I think. I don't know that I can get eye color right. There's so much going on up there. Yeah, close enough. Oops. Now, I've also learned that you don't make eyeballs perfectly white. They should have some gray to them. When they're perfectly white, it's a little off. Make them a little yellow. Then you can do highlights on the eye with white. I don't know why I kept calling this guy a vampire. He does look like a Van Helsing type guy, but he would be much more pale if he was a vampire. anybody else out there working on their water for their for the weekly? Right, I think I'm gonna just get in his base colors, and then I'm probably gonna do about. That's just color theory playing tricks on me. There we go. His hands are wrapped in that color. I make them a blip blip. I have to make this a mask layer. There we go. Now we've got an outline. I was like, what am I looking at? Back of the fist. Oh no, back of the knife. That's what it is. So I don't forget it. Ray? Immediate change in character. I mean, he doesn't have purple hair. Problem is that his skin tone is pretty much the same saturation as the hair, so it's going to be hard to delineate between the two. The only difference is the saturation. Friends always fight me on my color theory, and I'm not. Listen, I don't know how colors interact with each other color theory wise, but I know that there are different properties to color, right? So I can tell you if there's like a vibrance, there's a hue, there's a saturation. Like, I know the terms. I feel like they think I'm stupid. Don't get me wrong, I am sometimes, for sure. But I know when something's purple, right? I love that I have a little formula to my streams too, where I just inevitably end up with one or two rants that I just need to go back and capture and put on shorts for my Yagami rant and my each other rant, or my AI rant today for sure. I will leave a little gap. Will. I still say he looks like an older Soul. A little bit, yeah. What color are Soul's eyes? Does he have red eyes? He might. I think you're right. Soul. He does have red eyes. Wow. Hold on. Hold on. Let's do a side by side. No. Went away. I mean, yeah, they've got the same style. Edgelord, you know. Although, actually, I do like Soul's track jacket, or his Letterman. Kanto. Such a good character design. So fucking sick. I'll agree with you. Doesn't have gray eyebrows, though. He has dark eyebrows. Need to play with these flat line center. Okay. Gloves, got the chest, got the jacket. Nope, that's the knife. I remember now. Literally just did that. I'll do the bracers and then I think I'll call it. The rest is gonna be shading. It is 8:30. I'm getting peckish. seeing things. Now I need to do my knife too. God damn it. How did I end up on that layer? Oh, I think I was fixing line art. That's why. My biggest fear is that I'll accidentally paint for like an hour over top of my line art. It's a really crazy biggest fear to have, but it truly is. Like, I would fight a spider before I had my painting completely on top of my catworks before. Finger. That's supposed to be purple. I realized I said I would fight a spider. I was thinking of a giant spider. I'd rather fight a giant spider. Okay, that's not. Oh, I should do his pants. They're a little bit lighter than his jacket. You know what? Now that I look at him again, he's kind of Stein mixed with Soul, at least with his jacket anyway. That's where I'm gonna end it. Ooh, it's getting warm. Getting hungry. Okay. Let's pull them all up and see what they look like to each other. Ish. almost finished. Look good. Just gotta figure out a good background for each one. I could just do what's on the card, but probably not. It's a lot of convoluted. Like I'm not doing this city. That's crazy. I'm not doing the city, but maybe a building. We'll see. Oh yeah. It does look like what's his name? Virgil. That's the one. I think I want to read Soul Eater to hype myself up about the reboot. I need to do some layouts. I want to do some very, very clean Genga layout of Soul Eater stuff. See if I can pitch myself to be a cleanup artist. I think that would be so fucking cool. But I gotta finish some of these other projects. Anyway, that's all I got for you today. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you learned something. If you didn't, tune in next time, and you definitely will.